Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. Okay, sounds good. I guess we should get started. Oh, let's see. Our list of things to do is actually getting kind of short. We're basically down to a couple of tech things, mostly art and music. Don't know how I feel about spreadsheet animations. Maybe we'll add some doodads. This isn't rocket science. A couple of loose ends here and there, but honestly, we're getting down to the point where I need to start thinking about creating an LLC, setting up a bank account, getting myself signed up for Steam Developer. I think it's like a lifetime $100 or something. Then we have a bunch of tech things we can look at, measuring performance, Steam integration work, optimizing for size, both our code lines and the compiled binary. Lots of different things to look at. Yeah, it'd be nice if we could see how much memory our warehouses are using. And these two are probably going to be the bane of my existence. But honestly, we're looking in good shape. My original estimate was 3 to 6 months. We are 2 months and a week in to streaming. So in 3 more weeks, I would like to see how far down this list I can get. Maybe I finish all the tech-related items. I don't think any of those are hard. The play replay, that might be a good amount of work to make it work. Recording the replay, I don't think will be too hard. Playing it back might be a little tricky. Yeah, we'll probably have 2 or 3 days worth of there. Localized score scene. Once we've got the replays, this won't be too hard, I think. Art. I'm not an artist, nor am I terribly musical. So yeah, we'll see how far we can get in the next 3 weeks on this list, depending on how that goes. I need to, yeah, like I said, I need to start these. The creating an LLC has a lead time. Making a bank account isn't hard. There's no lead time other than you have to create your business and get the tax ID number or the employer identification code, number, EIN. I really don't want to make a website, but probably should. So yeah, we'll probably be starting these sorts of businessy things in the next week or 2, depending on how far along in this list I get. But overall, we're actually looking in pretty good shape. These 2 are probably going higher priority. Art. I can always find a reason to work on something besides art. I kind of want sprite sheet animations. Yeah. Just thinking here. I think. So the animate scene transitions is after we've upgraded our art. Spreadsheet animations, I think, could be fun to work on. Doodads, basically little fidgety things you put in your scene, like back in the day, the Hearthstone. There was little things you could click on and they would make noises or animate a little bit. We could do some of that. Ooh. Yeah. So these two today, if we can. These kind of fill in depending on time. But let's start with some easy wins. I would like to know tech debt. Why FPS label should show num draw calls. Tech debt. Why is settings seem so much slower than the game scene? So that might be a little investigation we can do sometime. It's not enough to matter in our current game, but I would like to understand why. Maybe we can fix it. I have a guess, and it has to do with update functions. There's one other question I had. Oh, double click. Sometimes it gets stuck in a state where you double click and it doesn't do anything. So I just need to fix that up. Still is a bit sticky. Okay. All right, so that brings us to the journal for this week. So we did not do an FPS test last week or release size because we're not in a working state. We started doing this scheduler cleanup. So we need to get back into a working state before we can take that measurement. And today is the 26th. Tasks and weights. 26, 27, 28, 29. That should get us through Thursday. Week 10. I've only been streaming for 10 weeks, 9 weeks. Let's grab those. Put them in here. But that's all after finish scheduler refactor. Something about animations is getting lost. So we basically replaced the STD lists from the scheduler, who was keeping track of which action sequences had been started and which hadn't. And actually, that feels much better. Basically, we have a pool of available action sequences, and when you ask the scheduler for an action sequence, instead of allocating one and deleting it when it's done, it just grabs one from the pool and updates its status. So I think that's going to give us a nice little performance boost when we're running lots of animations. Not that we can really measure it at these frame rates anyways, but good just to be clean and working. So then get FPS release size for end of last week. Okay, so there's our 4 items to do. I think that's most of it. That's the plan. Oh, how was everybody's weekend? Hmm. Mine was pretty good. I actually got some wood burning done this weekend. I always mean to, but setting up the project just takes a little while, so I've been finding other things to do. But you have to cut your wood to the size you want and sand it down. I'm not a big fan of sanding. That's not my favorite part, so I always try to find anything else to do. But once it's all cut and sanded, then you have to trace the. In this case, I'm doing text. So you have to trace your text with carbon transfer paper onto the wood. And that's also not my favorite part. But once all that's done, the wood burning itself is, I find, very calming. Um, so, got a couple hours of that in this weekend. Very nice. Got all the prep work done, so we can do 9 of the wood burnings I need. I've got, I don't know, maybe another 6 or 7 to do. Some of them will take a little longer, but yeah, wood burning. It's kind of a fun little hobby. Very useful. You can put labels on wooden things that can't be removed, which, given that I have kids, they peel labels off of things and write on things. So wood burning is darn near indestructible. Drovested. Good afternoon. My weekend was nice and calm. Good. Continued with the web dev of my e-commerce website. Yes. You were telling us about that. A little bit more on the static side, but I approve. There's no reason to go super dynamic if it doesn't need it. Why add features you don't need yet? So, super cool. See your blog, what you're gonna write about. That'll be interesting. Um, yeah, good. Glad you had a good weekend. Good, good. So I think we're just gonna dive in and get started. So in ye old shell, if we run it, what we have is our animation stuff. Is logging a lot of information. They're all starting and stopping correctly. So we're ending up in these animations already started. Running to idle, running, waiting, running, 2, 3, 4, idle. Yep. So I think they're starting and stopping correctly. What is a back in with 0.75 second duration? The banner raise and drop time. Okay. The 1 second bounce out is probably this one. Sequence set play animation. Okay, so what I think is happening. We are creating a new animation every time we make one. Oh. Hmm. Is running. We could do some checking here. So, for example, here we go. It's bool old res was running equals running. Then, if was running and not is running, transition from running state to non-running state. If m underscore animation pointer it's not equal to null, we should just delete it. Will that help? Basically preemptively delete it so we're not dangling an animation that we own. And we crash. It's possible there's a path where we don't properly set animation pointer to null. Let's just see if we can duplicate that while we're in debug mode. There we go. Segfault. Oh, a duration. Wow. Animation start already running. Duration is way out of line. Underscore ease, underscore ease is not a valid number, and that's why it's blowing up. Okay. Interesting. So we have animation start already running. So we have a bad animation with some garbage, truly garbage values. All right, so we just have to figure out where that animation is coming from. Let's go backtrace. It's in the update. Okay, so inside of a set play animation, the animation pointer starts at null. Here we delete and set it to null. Which, let's see here. So this one is an animation that's being passed in. Set play animation where we provide the animation. So it's not this one. It's this one. Let's see. There aren't actually that many places where we pass one in. Is it the banner? Where could it be? Get free animation. Which we don't use a lot of. Interesting. I actually kind of want action to not own them at all. That would be interesting. Let's write that down in our to-do as a maybe. Something to look at. Tech that action should not allocate free animations. Just use a scheduler free animation, meaning these are animations that can just be reused over and over again. So for animation pool. Okay. But that animation isn't part of the action sequence at all. Oh. Hmm. Let's see. Game scene at this point, does it even maintain any of its own animations? It doesn't. Play animation. Where are we getting a junk animation from? Run it again just to see what we've got here. See if it's how reproducible this is. there it blows up. Why? I'm pretty sure I know which two those are. Because, let's see, lines fell but didn't do the bounce, and the number didn't show up, and it didn't update the colors. So it's somewhere in the drop word, so the guess selected section. Okay, so two possibilities here. Okay, animation one, set to play animation. Action sequence. Wait for the other animation sequence to do the right thing. Set immediate. All right, here, let's do some elimination here. I'm trying to think what flow would end up with a corrupted animation. Let's run this, except turning animations off. No, I thought we'd fix this one. Keep block modified 30. Text. Somehow text is broken. Hmm. I'm getting tired of text. It's corrupting my quad colors. I think it's not quad colors itself. I think. Hmm. All right, well, let's just hack around it for now. Oh, and it's still crashing. Oh, this. Still at text 111. Oh, is that not build? Okay. Okay. We'll have to figure that one out in a bit, but for now we're just gonna run it with no animations and see if it's also a thing. So yeah, just about as I thought. It is animation related, which means what? Okay. Oh, so I didn't have to quit. Go to animations on. Breaks. Color quad render. Color quad. There's only one color quad. Oh, two color quads. V print F. Right there. Similar situation. So how is this animation not being set properly? This is basically when we're dropping the words. Duration, ease, or whoa. Interesting. So we have a number of easing methods, and this is none of those. This is a font. Huh. Oh, which we already knew because this ease is already way out of whack. So how do we get an animation that's not ready for use? Whose animation is that? It's doing the word drop animations. The word gets lifted, it gets dropped. Then we start this thing. This is an immediate. This isn't even an animation. So it should happen. do nothing until guess animation 2, which is the falling section. Um, unclear. So these animations are being set. Hmm. Oh, hold on a second. My toddler has pushed her way into my office. Let me go push her back out. Okay, and we are back. So, where is this animation issue arising? Hmm. Oh, we quit out or get back trace. Luckily, this seems very consistent. So, Although we did not get a tap in that time. Oh, there we go. Something blew up. This is when we start the animation. It's clear that it's fully corrupted. Like there's no useful data here. This m_ease is garbage. Where did it come from? All right. Okay, let's try this. I'm just, yeah. Scheduler. Get a free animation. That's the call. Get free animation. Okay. Let's just up all of the allocation deallocation issues. We'll just always use the free animations. So basically we're trying to eliminate everywhere where this is creating and destroying animations so that we can never have a null, uninitialized animation. Frightful, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. Happy to have you on board. Welcome to the chat. We're building a game with no game engine and only 4 dependencies. and I just kind of stream of consciousness talk while I go until somebody puts something in the chat. Then I'll respond. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, let me know, and we'll jump on that. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep on working. Also, that's a cute emote. I don't panda bear or raccoon. I suppose it could be a baby raccoon, which are in the same family. Oddly enough, panda bears I don't think are bears. That is somewhat of a unrelated topic, I guess, to what we're doing now. So yeah, I wanted to teach myself coding at a lower level. So this is me going abandoning the what this is here. Oh, this is a rotation animation. We're doing it with a delta now, so we don't actually need this code. It's gonna go away. Hooray for cleanup. Oh, that was one other thing I wanted to look into. Where's my to-do list? I need to look at do delta animations go all the way to t equals 1.0 or stop just short by one iteration. I have a suspicion that I'm not doing that quite right. Okay, meanwhile, back to this. Oof. There we go. So what we have right now is a bug where there's an animation that's being animated, but it's not initialized correctly. So we have kind of two paths right now. One where we say, hey, play an animation, and we don't hand one in. Instead, it creates its own and then passes it out. And what I'm doing right now is switching everything to the other way around, where we get the animation and we pass it in, but where we're getting it from is from a pool of free animations that nobody has to keep track of. The scheduler owns it. So that's our new thing to try. Turns out we're using a lot of animations here. Refactoring are the times when there's really not much to say. It's me applying a pattern of code changes that I almost could script away, but there's just enough variation in what we're doing that I don't think it's a good idea. Okay, so that was the last one. So then we need set start animation. See, that one's on. Oh, we're only doing that once. Cool. Let's just see how this build works. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why we did it that way. We have a scheduler and it's not a static call to get reanimations. Yep, bang. Should fix that. We're slowly gonna figure out how to make this work. This is the fallout of an effort we made on Friday. We started on Friday to get rid of the last STD container in our game code. Everywhere I've used the game STD container I was using it because I was lazy. There's almost always a better way to manage your memory and your content and your game elements. So it's just always a little bit of pain when we do these kinds of refactors. Promise tools, ultra, even, least rhino, proud, oops. Curious. So we got one of our animations stuck mid-animation. So this is the part where it lifts the word up to drop it. That animation got interrupted. But we're not crashing anymore, but we do have these animations that are retaining too much state. Running cannot update. Let's try this again then. Oops. Huh. Yeah, some of these animations are not quite right. So let's go look at what an action does. Do until update. We run our update function. On start, we do that. It should run until the animation is not running anymore. And update the animation. Until the animation is not running anymore. Boolean flag. Start. Starting a timer. Update. Update our time. Clamp our time. Parameterize our time. Then we apply it. And what? Done. The timer is valid. The timer is not valid. And we have to have a function to test doneness. And we test doneness. So interesting. Is there a situation okay, let's try this. In start. I want to assert one of two things. Assert either egg timer is valid or the test for doneness cannot be null. One of those two things must be true. If we're running up in a situation where we're here, not here, in update, where the egg timer is not valid, but we also do not have a test for doneness function, we can never stop. I don't think that's the problem necessarily, but it is better to check. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Pause and reset. Yep. Hey, Pat, ahoy. Welcome aboard. Animation. Okay, all right. Reset. What about a full up clear? I'm gonna have to do this in two places. No, we can do this in one place. We're ending up with dangling state at the end. We just do this. Search for open flag equals. This is our test for our T time step update time step. Are we done? All of the different applies. Okay, so animation has a function for clear. Better there. Set duration. Might as well do this as well, right? 0 duration. Then in action, let's make an animation update. We call the update function. Doesn't really help. Do this until this, until the animation is not running. Not running. If result then animation point to clear. What about that one? Let's do a full clean rebuild, right? My title, by the way. Title. Compiler from scratch. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. We should probably fix that. All right. I changed everything except the actual title, so that's always fun. Where are... There we are. Never... No. Game engineless game dev. That's what I'm looking for. Game engine. Let's game dev. Okay. All right. I fixed it. I fixed it. You're right. All fixed. Okay. So now this build. Still using it somewhere? Okay. About scene. Should be easy. Animation, set the animation anim. Action sequence. Ideally, we can get rid of this as well. See how we're doing. The about scene still uses it. We can get rid of that. Easy enough. Scheduler. Get a free animation from our pool. I do really like getting rid of those other things. That's going to be very nice. Setting scene. 90, just a moment. Might have to get a phone call here. Okay. All right. Yes, the rule is if your mom calls, you always answer it. So, la 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 la. Where was I? In here. Set play animation 0. Scheduler.get a free animation. Then in main menu. I guess that makes sense as well. Right there. Wasn't planning on doing this, but you know. Run it. Oh, 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 there we go. T in our easing function. Darn it. Okay. Actually, it went quite a lot longer before we ran into this. Interesting, interesting. This is an assertion failed. We don't know why. What about this? What about this? What if we go to action? This one here. Just gonna return this. rather scheduler, when you get the animation, it will clear it. All of its state. Okay. Asking for an animation, it should if it's not in use, mark it as in use, give us the result, and clear the animation so there's no dangling state. Where else is an animation being created? There's no new animations being called. Need this, or this, or this. Okay. How is an animation getting multiple start calls at all? How do I fix this? How do I discover what the problem was? I think the animation pointer goes away, actually. As does make animation. Nothing to do here. Nothing to do here. Nothing to do there. Anytime you can refactor so that you can just delete a bunch of code, I think that's a win. Okay. Let's modify while running. Now we are getting some. Who is calling animation start while it's already running? Let's put a breakpoint in there, I guess. Start. Line 54. Okay. There we go. So here we are. Action sequence update inside of scheduler update. Action start. Mm-hmm. It's Rioter. You allow cheating? Yes. In a development build, 100%. It is. It is was very carefully crafted, subtle cheating. I think it even logs to the console every time you click the button. Here's the real one for that. Yes, subtlety. It's my middle name. Action starts. So, kind of curious. We're in animation. And timer is running. Elapsed 0 time. Start time is something. Look at this. Ugh. Whoa. That's a lot of stuff. Let's see here. Our P is not right. Animating from black to black, which is not helpful. Oh, these are all just, yeah, mostly junk values. Timer. Food, yeah. So whatever animation this is, it's not initialized correctly. So how are we running with a bad animation? All of the animations now are coming from our animation pool. Bad food means that this stuff was not initialized, but I initialize these to null. So where's this animation coming from? I can't detect it until scene updates, and it says, hey, action sequence, update yourself. And the action says, oh yeah, it's time for me to get started. And the action is invoked. This only tells me that my animation is not initialized. It's a garbage value. Animation instructor. I would expect this to be called 256 times at the start of the level. And then not again until it crashes. Okay, possibility 2. Let's just see what this does. Oh, I did not build. I did not build. Okay, there's a whole bunch. Hit play. Oh, interesting. I kind of expected a whole bunch of these after I loaded. Oh, I did get a whole bunch of these. Destroy scene 0, so that's the main menu. Scene destructor, fine. Loading scene 1, now we get a whole bunch of those, so that's fine. Let's see these. After here, it doesn't appear again. It's only during initialization. So if it's not being initialized, but we're only running out of that pool, it means we have an invalid index? Is that what it means? So let's go to scheduler. Get a free animation. All right. Confusion. Have you ever interviewed in the past for software roles? Yes, I have interviewed people for software roles. Fact, random note, I just recently found the Super Mario World decomp PC port. Yes. Mario. Some of those older Mario games had some crazy cool stuff in them. Actually, people that write the Nintendo emulators and those sorts of things. There's some cool stuff you find that way. Can you do this for animation as well? Guess we can. Might as well. Number -1, scheduler. 3 animations at index. Num equals the index. There's that backtrace. Oh, not backtrace. This one. Animation dot start 55. And run. Okay. For a game that was written in assembly and then decompiled back in working C was like, heck yeah. No, actually, surprisingly, modern decompilers are not bad. Like the worst thing that can happen is that all the variables are just auto-named to something useless, but you can still follow the flow of the code perfectly. Let's see here. There we go. Set duration. There we go. Print the number. What? Animation start. There's no number. Did I not build it? I definitely thought about building. Yeah, yeah. Decompilers don't get names unless some debug information was compiled in. Like if they looked over a bunch of func 56, 12, 133 names exactly. There's a puzzle I went through once where you had to decompile, figure out what the password was. Oops. It's kind of fun. Seg fault right off the bat. What the? I don't believe you. What? What is going on? Oh, okay. All right. I changed the memory footprint. I hate GCC. Is it leak codes? What advice you give someone for communication part during solving the interview problem and general behavioral part of the interview? Okay. General advice for interviewing. I would say, first of all, be confident and just present yourself politely, right? Be polite, follow all the social norms. Hello, how are you? I'm good. How was your weekend, etc., etc. A little bit of small talk. What I was looking for, maybe this is different for everybody. I was looking for, do you know what you're talking about? And are you passionate about programming? So I would ask questions not because I necessarily cared about the answer. Like I would ask people, hey, do you care? What's your preference, Emacs or Vim? And if they didn't have an opinion, that didn't look good, right? Because it means that maybe you don't. If you're going to use these tools every day, you should have an opinion about the tools you're using, right? So if people are like, oh, I use VS Code and here's why, or that's fine. I think VS Code is terrible, but you do you. Or if they're like, oh, it's Vim, then obviously we could laugh and joke about it because Vim users. But I was looking for, do you have opinions? Do you care? Things like that. I would often ask a very, very, very simple question like, write a function that counts the consonants and vowels in a string. And again, I don't care if they got it perfectly right, but like that shouldn't be something that causes you to struggle. So that would tell me they know the basics or they don't know the basics. Then I don't have to ask a hard recursion question or function pointer question. Nothing weird. I can weed out a lot of candidates really fast with just that one question. Do not tab off a lot. Do not wait long random times to answer questions. They are starting to suspect that people are listening to the question, typing it into a GPT or something, and getting answers out of that, and then reading it off. Don't look like you're doing that. It's not bad to tab out and be like, oh, hey, let me go look up this function in this, the libraries. You can do that. Most of the time, what they're going to look for is, I don't care if you got the function call exactly right, is source and destination switched in string copy or something. Nobody cares about that. What they care about is that you got the idea of the solution correct. Or, even more importantly, they want to know that you can think through the problem. So don't just start typing. Look at the example text. Say, okay, well, yep, exactly. If they ask them for an example input, they'll almost always provide one. And then looking through the example input, try to start thinking of corner cases, right? So how does it deal with the empty string or with the all sorts of things like that? Empty string. What if there's only one entry? Then basically think out loud, right? They want to know how you're thinking. If you're thinking, it depends on the problem, right? If it's leak code stuff, start thinking, how does this look as a graph? How does this look as a stack or a queue? They're trying to force you to use certain data structures or algorithms, breadth first search versus depth first search, graph traversals, stacks versus queues. And again, you don't have to get it all right, especially if you're entry level. Just show that you can think. Show that you know what's going on. I usually would spend a lot more time in my interviews asking about projects that they worked on, right? So they're like, oh, hey, I'm fresh out of college and I took this class. And I'd be like, oh, hey, what did you do for that class? And if they're like, oh, well, we did a thing. And then that's it. There's no back and forth, no, oh, well, here's what I did, and here's how it worked, and here's what I learned, If they show passion and interest, that was far more interesting to me than, well, we solved the thing. don't care if you solved it. I want to know if you can solve any type of problem. But I also know that I'm maybe a little bit different from most developers. There are some companies where they absolutely want you to get the leak code questions right completely. Your Meta, Facebook, whatever, the big tech ones, they can afford to be more picky, so they want people that can actually solve the problems. So studying leak code problems, yeah, I think it's mostly a waste of time, but it is a way to get through your interviews. A lot of interviewers do it. I don't think it's useful, because often it comes down to, have you seen this problem before? And that's it. Or a problem like it, which I don't think is a great way to ask if you know how to program. I wish people would do more, show me a project and talk me through it, like do a presentation on a project. That would be much more informative, I think. But that's not what they ask. They want one or two leak code problems. Behavioral, they want to know, are you like business ethics, and are you going to be polite and patient and not blow up at people, or one of those kinds of things. They want to know if you can work with other people even when it's difficult. So, if you ever, they want examples usually. Have you ever worked on a project where you didn't get along with the lead, and you're like, oh yeah, there was this one time, and if you tell stories, that usually is pretty good. There's a basic way to state your answers that's pretty straightforward, and I forgot what the acronym is, but it's basically you. Oh gosh, what was it called? One of my friends interviewed at Spotify, literally made him take an IQ test. Yeah, Shopify, sure. Yeah, no, like I said, the big companies, they get thousands of applications, so they can afford to weed you out just as efficiently as they want, because there's always more people applying to those. So, yep, they can do all kinds of things to you. What was that called? How to answer a There was star method. That was it. Star method. Let me see if I can find answer interview question. Let me see if I can just find a decent resource. It's kind of how I do things anyways, but yes, this is a reasonable quote. Okay, here we go. So the star method. If they ask, oh, have you ever been on a project that was running out of time and money? You would use the star method to answer that. You'd say, oh yeah, we were working on a project, and S is for situation. So you'd say, here's the situation, we're working on this government contract, or I was working in college towards the end of the semester on this project. Then task, describe what your job was, not what anyone else's job was. And my job was to write the database interface. And action, you'd explain what steps you took. So, hey, we tried to write this database interface, but it turns out that Postgres wasn't working, so we switched over to something else. And then the result was, hey, we succeeded, and because we switched databases on my recommendation, this is what happened, right? So star is not a bad way to answer an awful lot of interview questions. So that's a helpful way. And actually, role play this with a friend. Go look up common technical interview questions or programming interview questions, and have them throw a bunch of them at you, and just practice it. Practice thinking through those steps. Here's the situation. Here's what my task was. Here's the action I took, and here's the result. That keeps your answers very structured, and it's easier for them to identify, who was responsible. Were you responsible? Did you fix it? What did you do? What steps did you take? Even if it failed, and you're like, hey, we tried to, switch the database this way, and it didn't work. At least we learned, right, that these two databases don't work, and here's why. Not just it didn't work, but understanding the whys. They'll ask things like, "Tell us about a time when you failed," and those are, there's whole YouTube videos on those sorts of things. But I'd say mostly that. Don't sit quietly. Think out loud. Projects is one thing on a resume I am proud of. Cool, cool. Yeah, I preferred seeing people with good projects over somebody with a lot of like certifications, or I was the leader of my whatever robotics club. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care what clubs you're involved in. I don't care if you're in chess. I don't care. I want to know what projects you worked on. That was always for me the main thing. But I am not like most people. So there you go. That's a very unstructured, unprepared thing for preparing for an interview. Yeah, do some role play with a friend. That's probably the best thing. It helps you calm down and get used to the questions coming at you. There are whole lists of interview questions you can practice against. You could share your resume if I'd like, but I'm really not qualified probably to give any pointers. I guess here's a couple of things. Keep it organized and neat. Make it draw their attention where they need it. Okay, so one thing they're gonna want, well, maybe if you're entry level, you don't have this, but they want to know where you worked, when, and what your job was for each job. So like lay out that information very clearly and easily. If you're fresh out of college, you need to call their attention very neatly and succinctly to the things that you want to draw their attention to. Hey, I had this graphics class, and here's the project associated with it. The harder to read, the harder it is for them to find what they're looking for, the more likely they're going to throw your resume out. So yeah, keep it neat, keep it uncluttered. A lot of people throw in huge lists of skills and technologies they've used, and I personally have never freaking cared. Do not care about the laundry list. Unfortunately, I think in the modern world, everybody's using AIs to pre-screen resumes, which means it's looking for things on the checklist. So that sucks. So you may have to go to that method. I never liked it. I hated it. But I was always human screening resumes, so. Another thing on resumes, have somebody proofread it. I never liked receiving resumes that were poorly written, bad grammar, spelling, punctuation. It distracts, and it shows you didn't care. So that's another thing. One more thing is you have to stand out. You have to do something in there, put something in there that's different from anything anyone else would put in. So, like using a template just makes your resume look like everybody else's resume. You have to stand out somewhere. So, on one of my jobs, I would put in all the awards I won, and they were like, I won the napkin award and the TCOS. And somebody actually asked, like, hey, what's the TCOS award? I was like, yes. That was the Taking Care of Stuff award. And I'd explain the situation. I basically would go through the star response model for that as if it was a real interview question, but I'd, very casual. Here's what was happening, and here's what I did, and here's how I got that award. But it was, just intriguing enough to catch their attention, but not enough to distract them from the main point of the resume. Yeah, if they're like, well, so for example, I've had my skeleton in the corner here for every interview for a long time, and that's one thing that anchors in their brain, right? If they're interviewing you, oh, blah blah blah, and then they're looking through resumes afterwards, and they're like, I don't remember which guy was which because they interviewed, hundreds of people. So like, oh wait, he was the guy with the skeleton, or the 12-string guitar, which I've got over here. I've had that in this camera view for interviews before. Like that helps them anchor. It also gives them something they might talk to you about, like, oh hey, you play guitar? I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And, talk for 2 minutes about this. Okay. All right. I'll just glance at it real quick. Work experience, software engineer. Okay. Good. Good. Software engineer. Okay. So you've got some experience. That's good. Okay. And it's clean, well laid out, spacious, not cluttered. I approve. Some projects. Yeah, then you got your laundry list to keep the AIs happy. Overall, that's clean, easy to follow. Doesn't take up too much space. Easy to find what I'm looking for. Okay. This actually looks pretty good. Mostly I would say you need to stand out somehow. You need to make it look different, make it pop. That's the part I'm not as good at, like creativity wise. But that was a good, clean resume. I could read it. I could find what I wanted. Okay, okay. One thing I would say is if there are job fairs, that is a good way to short circuit to jump. People send employees to job fairs because they want to hire somebody. They don't send people to job fairs for no reason. Online job postings are cheap, easy, and they can post as many of them as they want with no penalties, right? So an online job posting is almost never as good as meeting someone face to face. If you go to a job fair, you will immediately see a person. You will hand a resume to a person. And a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, sometimes they will schedule an interview right there. They'll be like, oh, hey, we're doing interviews tomorrow. You want to show up at this time at this place? And you can get straight into the interview. And that's your chance to stand out, right? Um, that I found was a lot better way fresh out of college to get going, the job fairs. Um, because I've been watching the LinkedIn job posts around for the last several months, and a job posting will pop up, and there will within hours be hundreds of applicants. How do you stand out? I'm you have to get that face to face. That's in a job fair. A lot of colleges will have a good job fair. There'll be a lot of good options there. Yeah, the market's crap. Absolute garbage. Although, let's see here, Fit Writer. Let's see here. I have New Jersey. I've got Sweden, and I've got Jersey. You were Canada, I believe. Montreal, yes. I don't know how Montreal's job market is, but yeah, the U.S. job market sucks right now. And we broke it. Okay. Okay, okay. So, backtrace. Looks about right. Print. No. 2. Print. The contents of this. Calling start, but it's already started. It should never be in a started state when it is available. Okay. Maybe the issue is somewhere else. Diaco Curdo, hey man, what happened to the compiler? Compilers are on Fridays. Game development Monday through Thursday. Yeah, FitWriter. Happy to hand you the tips. There's some good YouTube channels too about tech interviews. they probably spend more time worrying about it than I do. So they probably also have a more uh, structured way of presenting it. What you get here is pretty off the cuff. All right, I'm gonna pause, use the restroom while I think about where else this issue could be happening. Just give me a minute. We'll get right back to it. Okay. What happened to the compiler? Yes, compilers are Fridays. I really do like compilers, but I think that the game is more likely to make money in the end. And by the game, I mean probably not this game. This game is like me learning the full process end to end and building me some basic tools and foundations upon which to build the second game, where I will refine those techniques. And by the third game, I might do something more interesting, unique, and personal. I know these games are just an homage to older games, so that I can keep the scope very small, keep the scope from running away. So I do really like compilers, though. That is fun, but we keep that for Friday as a change of pace, as a palate cleanser. So these. Interestingly, here we go. in clear. None. There we go. Oh, type is none here. Okay, where's color? C0, C1. Everything to black. But here's my question though. The scheduler gets me my animation here. Result equals null. Here, result equals that, result clear. This clear here should remove all the old state. Clear says we are not running. All right, and we've got the bots in. Woohoo! So somewhere after clear, we get our animation out. Update animation. If the animation is in use, and if it is in running state, update. If it's no longer running after the update frame, we report to the world that it is available. Am I getting a corrupted stack frame somewhere? Okay. We always go to idle before we go into waiting mode. Waiting means waiting to get started. Oh, this is action sequence though. Maybe animation. Oh. What about I'm just confused. Just confused how it could. It's got to be a stack frame corruption, right? Right. That doesn't make me exactly happy. Then I'd have to figure out what's stomping over the other animations. Okay, so what's the other thing in animation that we keep running into? Set duration. $38. And run it. Oh, those are egg timers. Egg timers are already running. Backtrace is not particularly helpful. Print this animation. So in theory, it's number 2, TP000. That makes sense. 83. 0, 549. So that's an X translation, but not a Y translation. What do I have that translates only X axis? Egg timer. Start time is running. Let's go back to here where we clear it. Egg timer dot stop. Then set it. Just curious, are you a veteran? I am not a veteran. I assume you mean of the army. I've been a developer for a long time, but I was definitely never in the army. Hmm. All right. Point in egg timer dot TBP outline 27. Start and stop, I think, are the other ones. They're about 77. And 97. Oh, clear, clear. Okay. I guess that makes sense. So in I have a vibe. Well, I can tell you, I've lived and grown up in the countryside most of my life. I shoot guns. I fish. I was a wrestler, so I'm used to. All right. Back in the day, I had a good physical capabilities. Um, and then I think I've just become a grumpy old man since. So I don't know if those sorts of things all combine together to give a vibe or not. Oops, I didn't put all my breakpoints in. All right, breakpoints 4. So we'll go back to 12. History items, then light. 11. Yeah. Not dad of 12 kids. There's just a 12-person household. I've only got 9 kids, so. Well, and to be fair, I think not enough young men these days have grumpy old men in their lives. I think every young man should have a grumpy old man in their life. It's good for them. Huh? Not a single failure here. Oh, there we go. But no issues at all with the egg timer. Backtrace, set, play animation, and so egg timer is working now that we've set breakpoints in there. Very strange. Very strange. Hmm. Oh, this animation. Okay. Animation 2. Problem is, if I put a watch on this, it's going to stop me a lot over and over and over again. This should be null. Should be null. Not bad food. Virtual table offset. See, that doesn't make any sense, any of this stuff. Set letter state guesses animation. This is under apply value. Point should be null. So who's stopping that data? Hmm. Hmm. Am I doing something stupid here? Just writing outside of memory here? It's all bounded. Same thing here. New action sequence, blah, blah, blah. Hmm. Something, something. X0 to X1, 41. Egg timer. Start time is running. Set state guesses animation. there a situation? Is there a situation where I could complete the animation in the scheduler? It goes back to the pool, and then is immediately picked up again before the action is done with it. Time to go to bed. Thanks for dropping in, Drevest. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for dropping in. Always appreciate your conversation. See you tomorrow. Which does remind me, I can't work late tonight. I've got to hop off at 5. I've got a meeting at 5:30. An animation cannot be picked up twice in one frame. It just cannot, because of the way the scheduler works. That's the whole point of the scheduler, to keep track of this stuff. It says it's available. What if made animations even more stateful? So we have, for example, these action sequences. And we have this state. Let's try this. Idle means you can actually run it. Waiting means I've promised somebody you can have it. We're waiting for them to get started. And running. I say we try it. Let's try this. State animation. Do we want this is running? Okay, so when we start up, we start in idle. When you say start, m underscore state equals animation state running. When you pause, we go into a wait mode, waiting for someone to take charge. When you stop, that's the reset. We go into idle mode. Let's do this. If m underscore state is not equal to animation state idle, we have to be in idle mode for this to work. Not in idle state. Update. If m underscore running with this. Oh. Well, shoot. Oh. Okay, pause. If underscore state. First to pause, we have to be in running state. So animation state running. Stop. Underscore state not equal to animation state running. Pause goes to waiting mode. They don't care as long as we're not running. Update. If underscore state not equal to Animation state idle. Oops. Nope, nope. Hmm. Scheduler, we no longer need this. We can maintain our own state. No, we need that. If it's running update, this no longer matters. Put this before. Look at the animations after the action sequence. Look at that. Free animation. If free animation status of index is not really a thing anymore. Status equals animation state or idle. Okay, okay. See how many things I broke there. Oh, change some things. Full clean build, I guess. Oh. Kind of thought. wouldn't take too long today, but it is a difficult area to debug. Oh, that's awkward. Hmm. Let's add another state, I guess. And then we'll have to debug some. The animation needs running complete. So in update, we don't go to. Oh, what the? If it's running, we do things. Stop. 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 Reset. Complete. Scheduler. If it's running, update it. Otherwise, information state complete. Mark as ready. Animation state complete. state equals animation state idle. Look as ready. So what this means is it cannot in the same frame run, finish. Oh, no. It will always pass one frame before it's available. When the timer runs out, it goes to complete. And the next frame, it's all marked as complete. It's not idle, so it can't be taken out of the pool here. It has to be idle. That gives me one frame for it to cool down, basically. And it updates and runs. If state equals animation state. Just see where we get here. I think this is the right idea. Just not sure I've updated everything in all the places. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Do I want to look for a specific state? I want to look for complete, to be fair. Animation state complete. Maybe that's not the right answer. So I need to clean again. Strictly necessary. Okay. Okay, there's my animation. Yeah, this is worse. It's worse, much worse. Z is just stuck forever. Okay, so we messed that. Checking for completeness is not right. I think it would be more right, but hmm. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Okay. Get a free animation, we clear it. We need to void mark. Mark as ready. I want to call that something different. Let's call that mark as idle. Void mark as waiting. Okay, now it's going to get marked as waiting, so nothing else can come through and stop it. Mark as idle. Well, that's a little odd. Oh, not in idle state. Okay, okay. Basically, it can't be in running mode is the issue. Run it. Okay, that looks better. Nope, nope. Something isn't quite right. Logs. Huh. Not sure what's happening with this proud one here. Right. Somewhere there's a path where the code state is not maintained correctly. So where would that be? We have idle, meaning literally you can do anything you want, we're free. We are waiting, which means somebody will use us. We are unavailable, but we haven't started yet. Then we have running, complete, which means we're done. We haven't been returned back to the idle pool. We start in the idle state. You can only start from waiting. Not in a waiting state. Say go. We cannot pause. We're not running. Stop. Calls pause, then reset. Reset. Sets us to complete. Mark as idle. Mark as waiting. Complete to idle. Idle to waiting. Scheduler calls those. Here. If it's complete, we mark it as idle. If it's running, we update. As waiting. Only if it's in idle state. Anything else is unavailable. All right, let me go to animation. If. Oh. I need that. M underscore state equals equals to note animation number 2 is running. is waiting. Complete. Idle is waiting. Running, waiting, complete. Idle, waiting. See if this just makes sense at all. I took a very linear path through these four states. Okay. Animatio 2 is waiting. Then it goes to running. Then it goes to is waiting. And then is complete. Then to is idle. So is waiting to is complete. Check previous state really. Then it's back to idle. Okay, so nothing wrong there. Lines. Uh, debug. Hmm. There's some little teeth. Zero and two. Two is in a waiting state. How do we get here? But I know we're in a waiting state. Same with zero. It is in a waiting state. Oh no, it went to running. Must be in a waiting state. Hmm. Where to go from here? Clear is waiting. Running, waiting, complete. I don't. We can search through by time, by index a little bit. So we can have a full history. Most recent round of things play. Okay. Chips. So animation 2 is not in a running state, not in a waiting state. It was in an idle state. It was a complete state. Is waiting. Is waiting. It should never be able to go from is waiting to is complete. As waiting. It happens inside of its own. Animation number 2. Somebody requested it, so we clear it. We clear it again. Oh, because of the scene destructor. Okay, that makes sense. So we clear. We set ourselves to waiting. Somebody requested us. We fire off the running eventually. We set it to is waiting immediately. It's marked as is complete when it is returned to idle. Somebody's requesting it, so we go clear is waiting. It's turned on. It goes to is running. It finishes. It goes to is waiting is complete immediately, and then the scheduler cleans it up to idle. Idle. Now, from here, action sequence 1 is idle, and animation 2 is idle. Whereupon action sequence 1 goes to waiting, turned on, and the animation 0 and 2 were never actually added to those action sequences. Huh. Animation 2 is not in a waiting state. So how did an action sequence get a hold of an animation its waiting is complete. Then it's set to idle. Action sequence 1 is queued up ready to start. Action sequence 1 starts. So where was action sequence 1? Up here. Is waiting, is complete, is idle. Clear the animation, and then wait. Animation 2 running. Goes in waiting mode, is complete. Then it's cleared up to idle. So what happened here? This is where things went wrong. We have an animation quarter second linear, 1 second bounce out. Guest drop followed by the bounce. Oh wait, no. Linear then bounce out. Quarter second then a second. Yeah, quarter second to lift it up, then a second to drop. So it is those two. So these were never added to the action sequence. Or at least it's submitted. This is the raise. Here. Scheduler, get free animation. The only way we should be able to get out of that is if we set it to wait. Scheduler. We get a free animation. It is marked as waiting. Nothing else. Okay. How about this? Action. Set play animation. Assert animation state equals animation state waiting. That has to be true. The only way we're getting animations right now is from the animation. The only way they come out of there had better be with a wait. All right. All right, chips. Oh. Start. Actually, this is the same exact problem. it got here without calling set animation, set play animation. New action sequence. Init action count. It's action sequence. Init action count. If we need more, we allocate more. Otherwise, we set them to pass. Like a clear or clear, clear. Some state is being left around. Type equals pass. Start equals on end equals. If the egg timer is state is running up. Okay, now when we set things, we first clear. That way we're always in a known state. Whatever action we set, no remaining state. No animation. No animation. Set immediate. set frame, set wait, set do until. Oh, maybe. Set until, set until, set immediate, set immediate. One of these clears. We make clear public action sequence. Here. Only when we're getting the action sequence. Maybe. Okay, there's an animation. Okay. What else we got here? Chips, stump, match, baby, frogs, jacks, waxed. Boom, boom, boom. TAS, JK. Interesting word, at least. Match. E is in. So not B or Y, but at least W or X. So waste. Not W, it's X. Curious. Texas is a place. Taxes. That's a noun. And all of a sudden, it's all working. So I think we've got it. I think that fixed it. Action is being left with some rather unideal state. It is probably for the best that our animations were also getting cleaned up better. So I guess we call that a win. It's a little bit unsatisfactory, but it works. I think so. All right. Log. Fine. That equals 2. Those are the ones we're more interested in removing. It's having logging in it that I needed to worry about. Action sequence, however, has a bunch of login that I need waiting. Idle. Error. Debug error. Okay. Let's take this for a test drive and see how it goes. Oh, it took me longer than it should have. Just so much state I figured. That subsequent stages okay. No M, no C. A is in, T is out. Interesting. Reveals. Okay, all the animations are working. Oh, oh, text blues up. Text blues up. We're not in debugger. Character index less than text length. 321. Oh. Interesting. Oh. We got there. Can we reproduce it? Why this quality? There we go. Instead of breakpoint there, at least we get a back trace. Text 2, 322. Run it. Okay. Okay. Let's see. PB frogs. X. Okay, it's WRX. Waste. Okay. Oh. I'll try to have one. So I broke something briefly there for a second. Not sure how serious that is. It's not good. Prime didn't change the letter P color either. Oh. Interesting. E Y F G. That letter F didn't. It's color either. P is out. Huh. Oh, the surrender didn't pop down. That's odd. So we don't quite have it fixed. What is wrong with it? There are several issues with but much better than it was. So what do I do from here? I think at this point we've come close. So we're gonna do a scheduler refactor has evolved into a bit of a witch hunt. Probably a snipe hunt is a better metaphor. Animation and action now getting cleared when resource requested. This helps a lot. However, there are still some animations that are hanging a strange state. Possibly not being marked as complete, question mark. Therefore, the tag uniqueness prevents future animations. I'm playing Red Oak 2 outside. Not sure. Investigation needed. Yeah. We're gonna see over here so we don't lose everything. Okay, add everything. New scheduler animation sequence cool. Much closer to working. Investigation remains. Okay, so what have I done wrong here? Oh boy. Mm. Least Rhino, therefore S, M, and P are out. OD is one, E, N is another. M-A-T, so it's C or H, therefore N is out. I or E. O or D, therefore E is in, and I is out. H O D O C D C H. A T C H C H I P S S T U M P. We've already gone over, so. Huh. See what I mean? That animation somehow gets stuck, got interrupted. Huh. Logs, jacks, O is in, H is out, C is in, F and G are out, B or Y. For whatever reason, O is not animating over here. This one's not animating either. Huh. Okay. Oh, but the A didn't go away on this particular word. This isn't animating. What on earth? Huh. Okay, so what's wrong with the animations? There are clearly still issues with it. There are action sequences that are started that are never complete. Set play animation until the animation is not running. Oh, no, no, that's not right. It only has to do with animations, not any of this other junk. Going cross-eyed turn at this stuff. Let's see. Okay. We're no longer getting any animation state bizarreness. However, clearly something is bizarre. I'm not sure what it is. It's almost like animations aren't being marked as done. So but action sequences are the ones that have the uniqueness tag, which is probably what the issue is. Action sequence. Start. Eight. Done. It goes back to idle. That mostly what I care about. Started and stopped. You may have to capture some of this output. Okay. Oh, see? Here's the letter A. So this one did not complete. Therefore, come over here. See if we can figure out which one doesn't have a pair. One starts and then finishes. 6 starts and then finishes. 3 starts twice. Oh, interesting. That should not be possible. Not possible at all. It is marked as done. Sequence 2 starts, 3 starts twice, 2 finishes, 3 gets done and done. Yeah, that should not happen. Start, start, done, done. Start, start, start. Done, done, done. 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3. 3, 3. What is section sequence 3 doing? Look. Oh, okay, well, that's just me being a little silly here. Okay, that's everywhere that's updated. Waiting, go to running, go to idle. Zero idle to waiting to running to idle. One goes from idle to waiting to running back to idle. E is still stuck on until it's not. which I don't know if that helps at all. Could I how do I get the information I need? Got stuck there. This animation seems to work okay. Those are getting stuck. Nothing got stuck there. Oof, that's an odd looking word. Oh, so across the board. None of these animations have gotten stuck for a while. IN can have at most one, cannot have two. So it is E and D. Proud is out, Toads is out. L is in. C is out. N and H are out. Ah. This N bounced but did not color change. Curiouser and curiouser. Why? What's the pattern? Has nothing to do with how fast I type things in. See? The O in the end did not change. But just the color, it didn't bounce. The L didn't bounce or. What is the pattern? Where did the M go? Those didn't color change. It said clear. Oh, things aren't clearing. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think they're just getting stuck in an on position. They're not being marked down. These numbers are going up higher despite not being that high up. So, what causes an action sequence not to complete? Action sequence. In the flow of the scheduler, on update, we start what we can. Then we update. Then we update animations. In action, we are done when the animation is no longer running. So, if we did an update and the animation completed, should then come down here, see that it is completed, and immediately mark it as idle. Update action. So here's a question, I guess. Can I keep track of the state of every action sequence? I mean, I can. Do I want to? Not really, but I don't know if there's a better way to do this. All right. Animate action sequence. We're going to add for ourselves a list. Keep a list of our states. Then in the scene, no, we don't need a full list, do we? We can. Okay. So first of all, state history. Go to the end. Action sequence state idle. Okay. Waiting. Running. Wait. Run. Idle. That should be the full history. Now, in game scene on update, get input, get key press, is key pressed. Input key space. What we're gonna do Ooh, let's see your scheduler. Put this up here. Just give ourselves direct access to it. Int index equals max action sequence count. Fun index greater than equal to 0. Move the index backwards. If scheduler dot, what do I call it? M underscore action sequence pool at the index state is not equal to idle. And we're going to log some stuff. And we also set a breakpoint. So action sequence sequence number or action sequence state s in sequence, oops, point to state history. Action sequence state idle. Ding. Ding. Idle, waiting, running. We sort of expect that exact rotation. We're only at the spacebar when we're pretty sure there shouldn't be another animation sequence. Running, they should all be idle. I would count from the end so we don't hit one early on. Let's see. What else do we need to know? Let's see what that does for us. All right, clean, debug. Let's see if we get some time series sorts of data here. I've only got half an hour left. Not work past 5 today. Okay. Okay, so Rhino got stuck somewhere. So what if I hit space? Oh. Oh, I should have broken after the first one. Action sequence 7 only ever got as far as idle and waiting. Action sequence 5 is running. 3 is stuck in waiting. 2 is waiting. 1 is running. So here's the question. If we hit spacebar again? How can we be stuck in waiting? Waiting should be like a 1 frame long thing. Action sequence 5 stuck in running. 3, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, these action sequences are just getting stuck. Waiting, running, waiting, waiting, waiting. Huh. How can we be stuck in waiting? That's not even how the scheduler works. Okay. So we blaze through here. And we ask ourselves, okay, I know why some of them can be stuck in waiting. Because they're blocked by another thing in the scene that is already running that's on the same, what do I call them? Tags? Channels? Tags. If the tags are the same, we will not start. Okay. So that is a thing. But we still have a couple of these stuck in running. Which then blocks the others on waiting. Okay. So at least I know why waiting is a thing. Idle, waiting, running. Okay. So, in game scene, what we really care about then is equals running. If we're stuck in running, how did we get there? And I'm gonna pause for a quick restroom break. Question becomes, why is it still running? So we need to enter into the action sequence world. Maybe inside the update. Update. Set a breakpoint there. So game scene 134. One 34. Run. Okay, yeah, we just need to run this a couple of times here. Okay, there should be no animations running. Good. Cheat. Okay, so something stuck. Okay. Action sequence 11 went into idle, then waiting, then running, then idle, then waiting, then running. Here we are. We're going to step into the sequence. No, I don't want info. I want to step into GDB step into. I want to step. Okay, we're going to try step then. Super intuitive. Okay. So we're looking at this line here. Print underscore action index. Underscore action count. 0 of 3. Inside action here real quick. Update. We step into this one as well. It's an action update. Action type. Wait for completion. Except I don't think have any way of knowing what animation it's waiting for. Here. What if the scheduler doesn't update it? What if the action has to? So here I mark complete items as idle. What if we don't do there? What if the action has to do it? Okay. Set play animation. Let's take m_score animation pointer equals animation. Set on end animation point to mark as idle. Assert animation.state animation state complete. Yes, and I do agree we need a semicolon there. Let's just run it. Well, it cannot be W or X, it cannot be B or Y. E or A, therefore C must be in. Or Jax goes away, E is in. I and N are out. H is in, M is out, T is in. Which which means bench. Okay, so far I've not seen any problems. Logs, jacks, wax. Cannot be by or wx. So it's A or D. Uh-oh. R is stuck. R is stuck. I think it's closer, but why are those stuck? Now I do want that animation pointer. All right. So I need to be able to debug it. Okay. Where is that breakpoint? In game scene. Run. Okay. Objects. Wax. Cannot be W or X or B or Y. E or D, so L is out. Cheat. I'll basically queue up a whole bunch of animations until something fails. Prime launch. Codes ultra-demon. Paste. Crowd. Come on. Lines. Oh, we got a full-on crash, and it's why this phone? Well, whoa. At least get more information next time that happens. Doesn't seem to happen all that often. What? Event? You know what? Ugh. Okay. We're not making much progress today. What's going on? Hmm. Afraid I don't have much to add after 4 hours of debugging the same thing. I have much to discuss. Just grinding away here. Oh no, battery. That one. Run it. Okay. Mm-hmm. T or A, but it's not A, therefore it must be T. Okay. ED logs jacks. Okay. It's K. Cheating. Okay. I and S. E rather. A, not C. A is in. T is out. E, J, K. Sorry, a contradiction. TM, PR, TA, oops, H. Okay, sounds not good either. Oh, and there we died. Not enough animation slots. We used them all up. Well, shoot. Doesn't have any problems yet. Okay, something is stuck. So here, our sequence update, we're going to step into it. Next, I want to step into this one. Print the type. Wait for completion. Print m underscore random pointer is null. How can this be a wait for completion? Okay, so let's look at action. At 77. Okay, we're going to step into update. Which is not going to be very helpful, is it? So action 84. So there's no animation on this one. Let's set a break here. Action be line 94. Continue. Underscore running is true. Next. Oh, print underscore type. This is still a wait for completion. Underscore is complete, not equal to null. Next, print result is true. Set play animation. Animation gets updated. This, oof. I don't like this. I'm having thoughts like I need to break each of these lambdas out into an actual method so that I can trace through. Animation start, animation update. This one doesn't have an animation. Ugh, 5 minutes left. Mission state is complete. The end. But doesn't really. I want to break these up into separate. I like these as lambdas. Angered Gecko, howdy howdy. You have impeccable timing. I cannot work any later than 5 today, but which is in 4 minutes here. But I'm glad to see you. Welcome. We're trying to figure out why some of these actions aren't registering themselves as complete. And I am getting my butt kicked. Started work, so I've been getting back much later. Oh, yeah. Most of the time I can go until just about 6 o'clock here, so. But today I have a meeting at 5:30, so I'll probably go round up all the paperwork. This is not a usual thing for me. Tuesdays are usually my busy days. So Monday's an odd one to be required to get off early. Basically, we have an action sequence get started, but then it never completes. So that's what we're trying to figure out. And I think it has to do with animations. I guess it doesn't have to. So, how's the work going? What you doing these days? No idea. Yeah, that sounds right. New job. Trainings, yes, all of the HR trainings and technical trainings, security trainings. Yep. Setting up your machine, getting on the VPN. Usually takes a few days to get things up and running. Oh, good. Yeah, I've been at jobs where that was a couple days worth of work just getting through all the trainings. Most places are pretty reasonable, an hour or two to get the basic employee ones done. Then they're like, oh, you're a developer, you have to take extra security trainings. That Yeah, no, it's brutal, some of them. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. I don't know. I can't think of anything I can try in 1 minute. So I'm maybe just be done beating my head against this, and hopefully tonight my brain kicks up some ideas in the subconscious. I've solved a lot of problems, or at least had come up with strategies to try in my sleep. So I'm hoping that happens again. We can get this. Yes, yes. Come to me in a dream. I've got a minute. I had a, I had a dream once. Are you ready? I took a trigonometry test in high school, and I don't know why, but that night I dreamt I was taking the test over again. Except this time, I I saw like two versions of the test, right? And when I woke up, I knew which questions I got wrong, why I got them wrong, and what the correct answers were. So I walked up to the teacher, was like, "Wait a minute, I had a dream last night. Here's what happened." And I walked her through every single problem I got wrong and what I got wrong and what the correct answer was. She flipped through my test. She's like, "Wow, that's really impressive." I didn't get any extra credit points for fixing my work in my sleep, but that was like the last. That was the most vivid time I've ever solved a problem in my sleep. Unbelievable. Yeah, I know. It's all right. She was a cool teacher. We played a lot of cribbage together. I didn't mind. Yeah, I am not opposed to falling asleep for 15 minutes at work. If my eyes are going crossed, I'm staring at the same line of code and it's not making sense. Sometimes it's just more efficient to take a short nap. But all right, I better go. I guess. Thanks for dropping in. We'll talk to you later. Always appreciate your attendance. We'll try again tomorrow. Bye.